Hey everyone, back today with another live coding stream. Um, so a couple different things today. I have it in the description. One thing I'm going to do is start preparing a driver ID to migrate that over to production. Um, and if no one's familiar with, or if anyone's not familiar with driver ID, pretty much we have dash cameras in the vehicle. And anytime a driver gets into the vehicle, they'll cut the ignition on, and the dash camera in the vehicle will take a picture of the driver's face. And so we're using these images of the driver's face to do Face ID analysis, and this helps us understand who the driver is in the vehicle, right? So when we go to deploy safety programs, we're able to distribute learning content, and fleet managers are able to sit down with the driver that was actually responsible for the event. So lots of service companies and businesses with fleets, they'll have many different drivers going in and out of vehicles. And in the past, fleet managers would have to maybe look through their payroll documentation, or look at the schedule to determine, okay, this was the driver in the vehicle at the time, right? But this gives fleet managers even more certainty of who that driver was. Let me pull down. Hey, Midnight Simon. Hey, I just see you. So today we're working on a few different things, and it looks like awesome. Hey, everyone from Midnight Simon. So I actually... one thing we're going to be working on today is now I updated some of the heuristics in the driver coaching. So when I go to click view report here, we can see now that what we're doing is we have a new analysis and some new heuristics. So here's an example of this event. And first, let's watch the event. So I'm going to click view video. So we're going to watch this event. And we're using open source models right now to do object detection and depth estimation. So we have dash cameras in the vehicle. So we have forward-facing dash camera and also a dash camera facing the driver. So here you can see this is forward-facing. This is me on my cell phone. So you can see it's actually catching my cell phone right now. And the idea with this is we're trying to deploy coaching programs, right? So I have customers in all different types of businesses. Service companies, could be a plumber, electrician, could be long-haul trucking, could be last-mile distribution. And so it's very important for us, especially for companies that have lots of vehicles, it's very important for us to understand which driver was in the vehicle at the time. And so now what we're doing is we're putting together a report. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the most relevant frames, right? So I'm using the object detection and depth estimation and some normalization to try to understand how risky the event was and which one of these frames is important or not important. So here you can see I took this frame of me holding my cell phone, and it says a person is seated in the driver's seat of a car holding a cell phone to their ear with their right hand. The person is wearing a seatbelt and a hoodie. This appears to be a real safety driving event involving phone use while driving. Severity medium, as holding a phone to the ear can distract the driver and can increase risk through though the driver is still wearing a seatbelt. So it's able to understand, hey, I'm wearing a seatbelt. And so these are our observations that we're able to make. Handheld phone use detected in 5 frames, right? So we're able to say, okay, how many of those frames in the video, and each frame is just an image, actually had a phone detected, right? And I need to work on this in the heuristics. It's actually getting me as a person inside of the vehicle. But right now it doesn't really understand, was that a person that was outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle? Peak distraction score, indicating intermittent attention away from driving. So again, this is something, a little issue here where it's detecting the driver. And then we're coming up with a shared action plan, right? So this is an action plan for the driver and the fleet manager. So driver, stow phone out of reach and enable do not disturb or auto reply before driving, right? So confirm do not disturb and stow before next shift. So really just saying, hey, confirm and follow up with that driver. Make sure that he has his phone on do not disturb while he's driving. And then we're coming up with these driver reflection questions, right? And so let's check out another one. So let me check out this one here. So this one's pretty cool because I was distracted in this video, and we'll run another one of these. But it was able to understand that I was stationary at the time. So even though I was looking down at my phone, it's able to understand that, hey, I wasn't moving, right? So here it's got me in my vehicle. It's got me there, sees that I'm on my cell phone. And so let's look at the report for this one. It's kind of cool. Okay, so here it goes. The image shows a traffic scene at an intersection with multiple cars and a truck van directly ahead. The van has clear signage and a visible license plate. So this is one thing also, guys, which is really amazing, is I have customers whenever there is severe events, and especially if it's like a hit and run situation, right? It might be critical to try to understand, okay, where is that license plate? Or let's try to read the letters and numbers off of that license plate. So I thought it was kind of interesting, and I'm using a vision model. I believe it's GPT-4o vision or GPT-5. And so I'm able to take the most relevant frame and pass it to that vision model. And then I'm asking the vision model, hey, what do you see in this image? Does this look like a risky event or not a risky event? And having it help me determine the severity, right? So then, and what's interesting is it says, this does not appear to be a real driving safety event. It looks like a normal traffic stop at a red light. So that's critical too, because when I'm building this system, it's really important for me it's not just about, punishing drivers when they're have bad driving behavior, but also reinforcing good driving behavior. And so in this industry, you get a lot of false positives, right? So normally you would have an accelerometer in the camera, like an accelerometer in a video game controller. And so sometimes, maybe due to road conditions, you can get a lot of false positive events. So this is where AI really helps us. And the worst thing that can happen is if you're a driver and you drive over a pothole and it triggers a hard turn or a hard brake, and next thing you know, your fleet manager is on your butt trying to fire you or something, right? And so that's where AI has been really helpful, is trying to determine, is this a false event or a false positive, or is this a true event, right? And so here you can see I got the picture here with me holding the cell phone, and a person is seated in the driver's seat of the car, looking down at a cell phone held in both hands. The person is wearing a seatbelt. The front passenger seat is empty and the rear seats are visible. This appears to be a real driver safety event involving potential distracted driving due to phone use. Severity medium. The driver is focused on the phone, which can significantly distract from driving. But the car appears to be stationary or parked, which is great. So then we have key observations, and then we come up with our plan, right? So like one thing I just need to do is clean up this PDF a little bit. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to come into Cursor. Let's start a new agent. We're going to play around with a Gemini 3.1 Pro. And I'm going to say, okay, recently we made changes to the coaching service. I want you to go into the coaching service and review the recent Git log, and review the recent changes that we made to the heuristics and the normalization changes. I just want you to review that and let me know what your thoughts are on this. I don't want to make any code changes yet, but give me your thoughts on our new heuristics. And guys, if anyone from Midnight Simon's community has questions, just let me know. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm just kind of getting into it today. Also, what we're going to work on is preparing driver ID for production. So we have this screen here where we enter in drivers, right? So the way it would work is my customer comes into the system, and my customer would add their drivers. So we don't know who their drivers are, and drivers are constantly there's a lot of turnover with drivers, right? So they're constantly hiring new drivers, and drivers are leaving, right? So here my customer would come in and enter in all of their drivers here. So I could do a test, Midnight Simon, and we can enter in a license number and a phone. Now, one idea I have for this is right now this is not stored on server side as ciphertext. So some of this is not encrypted in the database, like a license number or other sensitive details for drivers, and that's one thing I have in mind. But so I could just add this driver, Midnight Simon, and then you could come here. And so the way that it works is my end customer would come into the system, add all of their drivers. Then the dash camera, when the driver first gets into the vehicle, he cuts on the ignition. The dash camera takes a picture. Was working. I've been learning front end now for about 3 months. Hey guys, I have a Twitch chat here. My name's Coho. I finished my comp sci degree and then was working full time. I've been learning front end now for about 3 months. I started off with YouTube vids and they were really bad for learning for me. I have since started using Scrimba. Wondering if you think if the full. I'm not familiar with Scrimba. My name's Coho. Is that a learning site? And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. But so my customer gets into the vehicle, the dash camera takes a picture of his face, and then what it does is it sends me an ID, right? And so this ID is meaningless to my end customer. They have no idea what this unique ID is, right? And so the way it works is then when the driver gets into the vehicle again, it takes another picture of the driver's face, checks the database for any stored images of that driver, and then it does an analysis to try to see if those two images are similar, right? And if they are similar, it'll return that same unique ID to me, right? And that's how we know if we keep getting that same unique ID, then we know, okay, this is the same driver that's getting into the vehicle. And this is where we link it, right? So this is where we could link up Midnight Simon to this unique ID. And I don't know if Midnight Simon's still here, but I borrowed your name here for a minute, Midnight Simon, for demonstration. But so you could link up Midnight Simon as a driver that's linked to this ID. Right, and so one of the things I need to do, and I'll show you that here. So I could say, that this driver was Midnight Simon, and I could link him. And now that image goes away from the front end, right? So this is driver ID. Now what I'm going to do is let's go to reports real quick. I just want to run another coaching report. So let's go to. Let's just run for the full month. Let's see if we have any. I think I had lane departure warning right. Let's get ADAS. Lane departure warning left. Let's get some DSM events in here. Let's get DSM calling, okay? So that's driver state monitoring calling. ADAS, lane departure warning left, which means, okay, I went over a solid white line on the left, or I went over a solid white line on the right. So I can click generate here, and now we have our events. So let's see. Actually, let's go back further. Let's go back to January. I think I had more DSM calling events maybe in January. Kind of surprised I didn't have any more recent than that. Okay, so like here's a lane departure warning left. So let's check out this media. We're gonna run another coaching report here. And then we'll get to coding here soon, guys. Or actually, what we can do is let's go back to Cursor. There's Gemini 3.1 Pro having a problem here. Let's click try again. Okay, hold on. Let's. Okay, the camera was down on that one. Hold on. Let's try another one. Here's another DSM calling. We're about to run another one of these events for coaching here. Let's see. Okay, so let's just run this one, this DSM calling. So the way it works right now is my customers, eventually what we're gonna have is all events that come into the system that we ingest, we're gonna start running it against our coaching service. And guys, if you're not familiar too, I don't know, we're gonna end up building an MCP server to expose some of these tools. And so right now I actually have an MCP server set up. So if I come to settings here, and then I go to, let's see, MCP servers. Here's my Postgres MCP server, and my Redis MCP server. So I'm gonna say, check out my agent file. We need to port forward for Redis so I can connect to the MCP. And guys, this is my my agents file right now. So this is kind of my setup. I have all subdirectories or services. So it's kind of I have kind of an interesting setup, but I actually have a multi-repo setup. So I have a lot of microservices, and they're all set up as submodules, Git submodules. And so when I work in work trees, I have to initialize those submodules. So like, let me see if I these are my Git submodules right there in the Git submodules folder. But my agents file says all subdirectories or services. Always update submodules to the latest head before committing changes. And a lot of you guys really, you know, I believe kind of the mono repo is really the preferred approach for agents, where you have all of your services inside of one repo. And I think really the reason for that is that, you know, the agent can have context to the entire system, and it's all in one version control index, right? But the problem for me is that when I'm hiring engineers, I prefer to have them just scope to one microservice without having to see the entire code base. So here I have, I am a streamer, never expose secrets in chat, right? Redis MCP requires port forwarding to be active. Remember to clean up at the end of the session. And then here I have my worktree workflow. When creating a new cursor worktree, always ask for permission before running. And then this is our command to initialize our submodules. But first, I just want to show you the MCP. Let's see if Opus can do this here. It's going to set up port forwarding. And guys, this is a self-managed Redis that I'm running inside of AWS Kubernetes. Okay, so now let's turn on our MCP hook here. Let's go to settings, MCP. Let's turn on Redis. Okay, Redis is there. So now I can say, show me all of my keys in Redis using the Redis MCP. Now, guys, you want to be careful with these MCP servers. There was a vulnerability in the Postgres MCP server where you could use natural language to drop your entire table. So there is an official Postgres MCP that did not or that patched this security vulnerability. So let's click run here. So here are all my keys. I don't want to show all the sessions, but these are all of the keys, which is awesome. So and then what we're going to do is we're going to say, use the Postgres MCP server to look at all of the devices in the devices table. Okay, then let's say, I'm going to say, show me all the most recent events in the event data table using the Postgres MCP server. So this is actually using the MCP server to execute queries against my database, which is pretty amazing. So I'm clicking run here. And what's really amazing about this is I have customers that, and these are all location changed events, but let me say, what's really interesting about this is, and let me, hold on, there's some, but really what's interesting about this is that I have customers that have devices in the field in different time zones. Okay, I have a customer that's in Pacific time zone. I'm looking for any driver state monitoring events that happened within the last month, but I need you to show them to me in the Pacific time zone. Don't show me the latitude and longitude, just the events. So what's really amazing about this is my customers, they have trouble. So what happens is they have trucks that are in different regions around the United States, or they have vehicles in different regions. And so the drivers are in different time zones. And then I'm using the local computer or your operating system time zone. So the fleet manager's logged into my platform and he's using the operating system time zone. But he has to go run the reports, right? So when these reports run, it's using your local time zone for your computer, but they're trying to find events that happened in a different time zone, whatever time zone their driver's in, right? So this is one idea I have with the MCP server, to use this MCP server and expose tools to a chat interface where my customers can come in and start asking questions, like, or ask, help have the chat interface help them find those events for the right time zone, right? So let me keep doing this here, or keep executing these MCP queries. And so what we're also going to do with these MCP servers is lots of ideas, but another idea that we have Okay, so it actually found all these DSM events. Most recent DSM events. I'm going to say, okay, I think the event happened on February 22nd, sometime around lunch Eastern time. Sorry, I thought it was Pacific time, but the driver was actually in Eastern time. So let's look at the query. See, this is incredible. I mean, so the model was able to, and in the past, when I've had customers sometimes when they pretty much an accident will happen and they have to go retrieve this event, right? And they struggle to find it through the report, right? And then in the past, one of the engineers would have to come in, or even me in some cases, had to come in here and write a query that kind of looked like this, right? To go find that data. But now with the MCP server, the model is able to build this query on the fly based off of the intent or whatever that message was, right? And it knows which tool to use. Interesting. Okay. So this is interesting. So I'm just doing some demoing here, but it was able to identify, okay, there was no events on Eastern time around lunchtime. Now I'm going to say, and I guess that wasn't lunchtime. That was 12 a.m. I'm going to say, okay, what about on February 21st, around lunchtime Eastern time? Which events can you find around this time range? And guys, if you do use this, it's really important that you, and I'll show it here, but it's really important if you are using an MCP server for Postgres, it's super important to understand these vulnerabilities. So if you're trying to run this in production, there is a SQL injection vulnerability. And so this GitHub repo, I guess Z Industries, they actually built a patch for this. And so we're going to be running this or pulling down and running our MCP server locally, and most likely using this MCP server that has this vulnerability patched. Also Redis, you really want to use the official Redis MCP server. So if you go to the MCP GitHub page, you'll see that these MCP servers are archived because there was a vulnerability. But it is important to use these if you do use MCP server. And guys, if you're interested in joining the Discord, you can join at discord.bluecactus.ai. Just put that into your browser, and you'll be able to join the Discord. Okay, let me run this. So now I'm going to try the Redis one again, just for demonstration, but I'm going to say, now this is interesting too, is after it's looking through these events, it's doing some like reasoning, right? So it's saying that first cluster around 3 p.m. looks significant. 12 consecutive fatigue alerts starting at speed 66 while the driver was moving. then quickly decelerating to 0. The first 2 events at 2:59, show the driver going 66, then 40, followed by a stop. This could be the incident you're looking for. Does that match what your customer reported? And so, what I'm going to end up doing is, instead of my customers they have to come through these events, watch each one of them one at a time, right, to try to find it, right? Or they run with a time range, go look through this report data, try to find that report. And the problem is if you get a lot of false positives, right? Like here, just in 1 month, and usually they would have it narrowed down to a day, but you can imagine if you have many different vehicles, and usually you'll get it narrowed down to a vehicle, but still, there can still be a large number of events in a single day. And so that, combined with the challenge with time zone, can be challenging for my users. And that's why the MCP server is really game changing. And so now if I come to coaching, let's see, did we, thought we ran another coaching report. Let's see. Let's go back to DSM calling. Let's run for all of January. I thought I executed this one. I thought we just did this one, but let's do this one. Or let's open up the logs for our coaching service quickly. Let's see if Gemini 3.1 can do it. Can you open and follow the logs for my coaching service? Follow the logs for my coaching deployment. You can use kubectl to find all deployments. Or let's see, it should be able to use my skill, actually. So I have a Kubernetes skill. So if I come up to skills, let's see, cursor, skills. So I have a K8 skill here that should show how to get deployments, right? So let's see if Google uses that skill or not. Nice. I think it did use the skill. Okay, nice. Now we got our logs going here. All right. So now let's execute. Let's execute another coaching event. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm about to execute another coaching event. I want you to review the logs. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. So let's execute this. Okay, here we go. It's processing. Here you go. It's taking that video, processing it. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps push this content out to more people. And so here we go. This is us doing the analysis on this video. And giving it a hazard score, trying to find which objects are in those frames, and doing some normalization of different data. So we have different I guess, different items that we're evaluating in the video. And those items are graded on different scales. So we're using normalization to help us build these risk scores, right? And that's how we can start to identify patterns and use all of those normalized values together, and put those normalized values together to try to build some sort of risk score. That's the idea. Okay. Okay, it's almost done. Okay, here it generated the PDF. And then it just sent it to my communication service to send an email to me. So I probably just got the email. Now we can see, here we go. Here's the new coaching event. And we're actually going to use Gemini, probably not today, but we're going to use Gemini 3 Pro to see if we can restyle this. Gemini 3.1 Pro is really good at front end, is my understanding. But let's watch this video. Oh, it did see a person. Is that a person? No, look, it's getting the tree as a person. Huh. Oop. Okay, got my cell phone. It's not great at getting the cell phone when my hand is over it. At some point, we're going to try to build out a data set and try to improve this, or annotate and label a data set, and then train the model to try to improve it. Probably need to train it on like images of drivers holding cell phones that have all different shaped hands, right? But now let's look at our reconstruction. So here's the reconstruction, guys. I don't know if you've seen this, but we also have an event reconstruction that's moving at a relative speed. And so actually, I actually started here, but I guess for some reason we don't have this GPS data. But what's really interesting about this is I can start taking all of these objects and start mapping it on this 3D visualization, right? And that's another idea. But now let's look at the report. Okay, so let's see. Safety focus level high. Nearby objects estimated less than or equal to 10 feet at speed. So there were some objects that were within 10 feet. And so that's one of our heuristics, right? If objects are within a certain distance, they're important. Especially if those objects are like in the lane in front of you, right? Or it also depends on where those objects are, right? Because sometimes you'll have an event and maybe there's an object to the left or the right of you, but it's not really relevant, right? And so here we go. Why this matters. The session focuses on phone use while driving. The driver was on the phone at 48 miles per hour with the device estimated 4.4 feet away. So I need to work on this. It seems like it has some difficulty when I am on my phone. It has a little difficulty judging that distance of me inside of my vehicle holding my phone. So we need to work on this. This session focuses on phone use while driving. The driver was on a phone at 48 miles per hour with the device estimated at 4.4 feet away and nearby people detected, creating high-risk distraction. We will review how to prevent in-cab phone use and agree on clear, actionable steps. So, event snapshot. Driver was involved in phone use while driving event at speed 48 miles per hour. The following objects were detected in close proximity to the vehicle. So cell phone, the distance of the cell phone's not really important here. And a person estimated 6 feet. So this is where, and really, I don't know why it showed. We got to understand, why did it pick this frame and not the frame where we detected a person? Now, is that me? It might be detecting me as the person. I need to look into that, because it's also, when I'm driving, it's detecting me as a person, right? And then a phone use detected in 11 frames, driver detected in 62 frames. So here's the forward-facing camera. The image shows a road scene with 2 cars detected ahead, some buildings on the left, and a partly cloudy sky. There are no visible people, phones, or occlusions. This does not appear to be a real safety event. It looks like a normal driving scenario with detected vehicles. Severity low. So from the front end view, it looks like severity's low. Now we got the driver camera here. So a person is sitting in the driver's seat of a car holding a cell phone to their ear with their right hand. The person is wearing a seatbelt and a hoodie. The interior of the car is visible, including the front passenger seat and back seats, with some items on the floor. Interesting. So it's able to see these items I have sitting on my seat, which is kind of fascinating. Then we have, this appears to be a real driving safety event involving potential distracted driving due to phone use. Medium severity. And here are questions. What led you to use the phone while driving on this trip? And what alternative actions could you take in that situation? What specific steps will you put in place before a trip? How aware were you of nearby people or other traffic when this happened? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's come back to here. I'm going to say, okay, I want you to use the AWS CLI. I want to fetch all of our S3 buckets. Can you do that for me? So what we're going to do is we're going to use the tool to check S3. Let's see. Okay, so then we're going to, I'm going to say, okay, I want you to review the coaching service and figure out what bucket we used. Then after you identify the bucket that we used, I want you to pull down the latest coaching PDFs from AWS S3. And then after we have it review these S3 PDFs, I'm going to have it just review the PDF and see if it can clean it up or make it look a little better. I'm trying to get this demo ready, and then I'm going to prepare to push to production. Also, we have, guys, while we're waiting on this to work, I have a driver ID migration. So right now, I have a situation where I have 2 different Kubernetes clusters, right? I have one Kubernetes cluster that's my staging system. And guys, if you are watching, please follow, like, or subscribe. It does help push this content out to more people. You know, really, this channel is all about vibe coding. I do some high-level discussion on, like, AI, interviews that I find meaningful. I also have some informative content. So, like, I've done some agentic looping in Cursor. I've had some discussion about work trees and how I use work trees in a multi-repo setup. So if you're interested in any of that, you can go see those videos on YouTube. But let's go ahead and keep pulling down this this video. But so pretty much I have 2 Kubernetes clusters, and over the years, really you want to have those as an exact clone, right? And every time I make changes on the staging server, we take those those changes and then migrate them over to production. And so for a while, there wasn't a lot of drift, right? So I was confident that, hey, if we just migrate over only this single change, right, and we migrate it to production, there's not going to be any behavior that's unusual or that we're not expecting, right? Because the systems are exact clones of each other. But over the years, I have had some drift, right? And really what I need to do is I need to pull down the production system, change all the endpoints, change the name on it, change the domain name, set up the database and all this, right? And then I'll have a staging server and a production server that are exact clones. But right now there has been a little drift, and right now I'm actually what I do is I make the changes. And if anyone has any other ideas for this, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts. But pretty much right now I make my changes in the production system, and then I build a plan, and then I manually migrate them, or I make the changes in the staging server. I build a plan, and then I manually migrate them to production. So like, here's an example of a plan, right? So use this bundle to migrate drive. I hate this. It takes me out of preview if I double click. Okay, so let's see. Okay, use this bundle to migrate driver ID functionality into a clone system, right? So we're gonna have some code. We have to modify many different services. I got to modify my accounts service to add some new CRUD and a new API endpoint or a new controller, and also a navigation bar payload. So we're using on this navigation bar, it uses a DFS. So we have a permission bit string in our database. So let me see. Let's see if we can. Ooh, I don't want to do that right now. Let's see if we can. I just want to show you guys the permission bit string too. I'm going to say, use the MCP server to find an account that has the email rob@bluecactus.ai. So let's see if it can. See if it can figure out to use the Postgres MCP server. Just trying to show you how we're doing permissions and how this navigation bar loads. Gemini 3.1 Pro, I do think, or let's keep using it before I make any comments on it. But anyways, I'll keep going through this while this works. So we're gonna make some changes to the account service. I have to make some changes to my my ingest service. So the shape of the data for these events is a little different, right? So I had to make modifications to the controller on my service that ingests the data to make sure that it could handle that new shape of the data, and then put that data into the database. Then reports. So we added driver ID enrichment to the reports. So if I come to this report, and let's just run a report for the full month here. So here you can see I added driver into these reports. And so we need to also migrate this. So that's our report service that we migrated. And I'll just show you quickly what the shape of this data actually looks like. So like, here's an example of kind of what that what the shape of that data looks like, right? So we pretty much just have some objects here. And so now we have this driver UUID and driver name, right? And so we added this to our JSON objects, or to our row objects here. And so we had to make some modifications to the report service to add this new column and add the driver data in here. Let's see. Oop. And then obviously the next TS, right? So we got to add the driver directory and this page. These are both new pages, so we got to add these new pages. We need to make sure that the page populates in the navigation bar for all users. Okay, so here you can see, here's the permission bit string. I want you to run that query again, but just show me the username, first name, last name, and the permission bit string. Yeah, so pretty much the permission bit strings sit in the database and they look like this. So now I'm gonna say, okay, I want you to review the accounts service and then explain to me how our permission system works. This is just for the chat's edification here. Not sure if you guys have ever built. I know probably the people from Midnight Simon's chat are probably pretty technical, I would imagine. But just showing how I handle permissions. Let's run this to the bank here. Okay, and then let's, while we wait for that, let's come back to the, hold on. It made a new directory. I don't know if I wanted it to do that. Oh, waiting for approval. Hold on, what happened? Do you have to make a new directory? I really just want you to pull them down and review the content. So then I looked at all the commits on main. So these are all the new files I'm gonna have to add on my production system to migrate this code. Nice. Okay, we're just downloading them to the root directory of this project. Okay, let's get all this. So these are all new files, so like a controller, module, the service file, data type object file, update driver data type object, the driver interface. Here are these new pages, right? You've got the identification page, the driver page, the identity page, or these are pages. This is a component, this is an interface, but these are the two new pages here. And then these are existing files that I need to modify, right? So these are all existing files that we're going to make a modification to these files. So 3.1 Pro, it's kind of hard to use right now. Let's click try again. I imagine Google, they're still supporting all of their legacy services, right? Plus they're trying to ramp up on this new AI demand. And so I imagine they're having some resource problem, but they will stabilize it. I'm sure of that. Okay. Wait, what did it do? It deleted them. Why did it delete them? I guess it reviewed them and then deleted them. Which is a little strange. I'm gonna ask it. Why did you delete them? Okay, this is how our permission system works, guys. So, pretty much we have a permission string that sits in the database. It's a binary string. And each character, 1 or 0, pretty much represents whether that page shows up in the navigation bar or not. So what is the file that I need to look at to show the JSON with all of the pages, or the JSON object that describes all of the pages and shows what index each one of the pages is at? Let's see. Justifying actions and recovery. I'm currently considering the utility of different tools. That's okay. It just, for some reason, deleted the S3 PDFs. Okay, we're downloading them again. Okay, here we go. I deleted them to clean up the workspace because that you only needed me to pull down the contents so I could read and review. Okay, that's fair. Okay, can you, now that you've reviewed these PDFs, can you go review the coaching service code where we build this PDF? And then I want you to give me your thoughts on how we could rearrange the styling of the PDF to improve it. Do not make any changes yet. I just want you to brainstorm with me now and tell me what your approach would be to improve styling. Okay. So anyway, so these are and I'm bouncing around, guys. So I'm working on a couple things, right? So one thing I'm working on is starting to think about a driver ID and I've already built the plan, but I'm just kind of methodically going. Now my system is all real-time data, and that's part of the problem is that I have real-time data. So if there's any kind of interruption in my service, I have real-time geozones. So, anytime, if there's any interruption in service at all, I'll have 30 people calling my phone. So it's very critical for me to make sure there's no interruption in service, right? So, I'm vibe coding to build the plan and start preparing the plan to migrate. Um, but I still like to do some level of human review, right? So here's optional. If anyone knows how to keep this preview kind of up and don't let it go away. If I double click, it takes me out of preview mode on the markdown file. Driver's nav. So we have to have this. So I'm actually gonna go. Let's let me see. Migration plan. Coaching service logs. ID. I'm trying to find the original chat where I created this plan. Just looking for it now. Do some fatigue events. It hasn't been that long. No. Interesting. It's okay. We'll just that's okay. I'm gonna copy this path, and man, I do. Oh, I'm trying to think. Was it Codex? Let's keep going. Here's the Postgres MCP patch assessment. MCP server. This happens to me sometimes. I'll have a chat that I just can't find for the life of me. But that's okay. Honestly, I may have built it in, let's go into Codex. This is where I built out the heuristics and the plan. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to say Can you review this plan and tell me if we have the DFS permission changes detailed? Okay. Let's just come back up. We're going to open up another new agent. We're going to copy the path for this file. We're also going to ask Gemini 3 Pro. Or actually, let's go to our... Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is what the JSON... Right now, what I'm doing is the driver ID doing a couple things at once. One thing, I'm trying to clean up that coaching PDF and restyle it. And then I'm also walking through this driver ID migration and just walking through the driver ID migration and making sure that it's ready to move to production. So like one thing that I'm looking at right now is this DFS, right? So like here's the navigation bar. And when you look at the system, you see map, geozone, footage, reports, alerts, coaching, drivers, sign out, right? And so here you've got map, geozone, footage, and this is at index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4, right? And so what we do is we look at that permission bit string, right? So it goes to go when a user logs in, when an account logs into an organization, it goes to go check that permission bit string. And then it uses that permission bit string to make a determination if they have that report available or not, right? And so here we have, let me see, let me make sure there's no... Yeah, so like here's an example of what the permissions looks like, right? So when I disable or enable any one of these pages, it'll change that permission bit string in the database to a 0, right? So then when the user logs in, it goes through my account service. The account service checks the database to go find that account's permission bit string. And then depending on that permission bit string, we determine which nav bar to render in the front end GUI. So that's how that works. Short answer, no, are not detailed. With no permission model. So what I'm going to do is we just had Gemini I was walking the chat through how we're handling permissions. And as I'm going through my markdown file, as I'm going through this markdown file, I noticed that for some reason it's an optional DFS page add-on, not included in above commits, which is strange. I know it should be in these commits here. So I'm going to copy this. Let's see, or let's copy the path. I'm going to paste it in here, and I'm going to say, okay, can you review this plan? It looks like we don't have DFS detailed in this plan. I want you to go look through the accounts service git log. We added 2 new pages, the driver identity page and the page to add drivers, right? So I want you to, and both of these pages are going to need to be included in DFS. So it's very critical that we understand this so we can migrate it to our production system properly. Do not make any changes to the plan yet. I just want you to confirm that the plan doesn't include the DFS changes, and then go through the git log and go find these changes, and then give me your thoughts on this. Do not make any changes yet. Okay, cool. Then let's come back here. Okay. I have reviewed the PDF generation code. I see that we are currently using very basic and utilitarian right now. Right now, everything is stacked vertically. We can use table with table styling to create much cleaner, organized layouts. Date and severity and a multi-column grid. Cool. A 2-column table so they sit side by side, saving vertical space. Nice. Signatures. We can place the driver signature and coach signature blocks side by side at the bottom using a table, which looks much more like a professional form. Beautiful. We can use HRF flowable horizontal rules to draw clean, subtle lines, separating major sections. Okay, cool. So, what we can do is I'm going to say, okay, can you check the Git status in my coaching service? Let's see. You are absolutely correct. While the migration plan does include the navbar structure changes to the add new drivers section and its 2 subpages, it does not include to update the user's permission bit strings in the database. Interesting. It's called depth first search traversal that reads a bit string from right to left. Yeah, so that's the thing too, is every time I add new nodes or new bits to this permission bit string, then I need to run a SQL query in my production database to add some bits to all of my customers' permission bit strings. So let's see. So like here's the example. If your user currently has 17 character string, when we add these new pages to the permission bit string, every time we add these new pages, so pretty much we have these 2 new pages here, identify drivers and driver directory, and these are 2 new bits, or 3 new total bits in the permission bit string. I guess these are submenus, and this is one menu item here, so 1 bit string for this, 1 for this, and 1 for this. So we'll have to modify that. Yeah, so pretty much we need to modify the permission bit string. So Now, I don't know. Or let's go shift tab. Let's go into plan mode. I'm going to say, okay, I want you to add this information to that plan. Be very delicate. Okay. So right now our coaching service is on this branch. We're doing some work changing the heuristics. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to check out back to main and pull down from main. So I'm going to say, can you check out to main and pull from origin? And let me just double check myself here. Okay, we're on main. Okay, great. Now I want you to check out to a new branch from main with an appropriate name, and then go ahead and move forward with these styling changes. Guys, I'm gonna go top off the coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Now this is kind of fascinating, but it used this Codex. Gemini 3.1 Pro used Codex as a name for the checkout branch. Hold on. I'm really curious about this. That's fascinating. Why did you use the name Codex in the branch? Huh. Yeah, use the industry standard, like feature feet, or whatever they use internally at Google to name branches. See if we can figure out what to do. It wasn't important for me to do that, but I just, so it had a legitimate reason. I tried to rename the branch, but failed for some reason. Huh. Huh. Why did that work? Just different permission? All right, let's run git status. Nice. It fixed the branch name. Okay, cool. Hey. Thanks. Thanks, Kay. Appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. I've renamed the branch to feet using feet for features. Okay, good. Okay, great. You can go ahead and move forward with the styling changes to the PDF. So right now we're actually modifying this PDF here. So we're now generating these PDFs, and we're taking the most relevant frame. And then we're passing that to a vision model and having it help us determine. Awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We have people from all over the world tuning in. So happy to have you here. Means a lot. So this is so pretty much what I'm doing is I'm trying to identify those objects in the scene. And then once we find the most relevant frame in the video, so a video is just a collection of images. Once we use some heuristics and normalization to try to determine which one of those frames is the most important frame. Because if you tried to pass every image to the vision model, it'd be very expensive. So we just look for the most relevant frame, pass it to the vision model, and have the vision model return to us some description of that image, helping us understand if it's a risky image or not, or a risky event or not. And so what I did was, these are all hosted on AWS S3. So what I did was I used Gemini to go use the AWS CLI to go fetch down these PDFs. I had Gemini review the PDF. And now Gemini is actually making the changes to the PDF right now. Cool. And then let's go back to our permission. No, I didn't want it to build a new plan. No, I wanted to use this plan. Okay, I don't want you to create a new plan. I wanted you to modify this existing plan. Let's see if we can figure this out. Nice, it's making the style changes. It looks like it tried to build it, found a bunch of errors. Ran git diff, git status, git log. Or here's the lints, found 10 errors. I think these are just because I don't have these libraries installed locally. Probably. Let's see if we can figure it out. Or I don't know if you guys could see that actually, but here are the lint error. It's found these lint errors. But really, I don't run this code locally on my machine. It usually runs in the cloud. So I don't think these are that relevant for us right now, but let's see. I have implemented the styling changes. Yeah, I'm gonna say. And I haven't used the GitHub MCP yet to create a PR. I could probably use the GitHub CLI tool, but let me come to settings. I do have my GitHub MCP set up. I'm not sure I want to use it yet. So we have, these are the different tools that are exposed through the GitHub MCP. Let me try to answer. I think it's because he's trying to detect when an event. Yeah, exactly. Why do those care if those picks are risky? Hey, KF. Yeah, I just saw your chat. And I'm not sure if you're still here, but yeah, so this is I'm pretty much trying to, so events come in, we have a dash camera, and this is the platform. Pretty much we have dash cameras, they record location, alerts, geozone events, different reports. So we have all these events that come into our system. And so we have all different types of events. We have hard brake, hard turn, quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, driver state monitoring fatigue, driver state monitoring distraction, lane departure warning, following too closely, cell phone use, right? And so what we're trying to do is we take these videos, and we already have some context from the dash camera, right? We've got the speed, and the dash camera detected that event at the edge. But then what we're doing is we're going through frame by frame in the video to try to determine, because usually these events are like 20 seconds long, or they could be 10 seconds long. But during that 20-second event, right, maybe the accident happened at 15 seconds, or maybe whatever the severe, and usually the event is right in the middle at 10 seconds. But maybe there was an event and really the most important frame's actually at 11 seconds or maybe at 12 seconds. And so really looking for the frame where we identify objects that are the closest and maybe the most objects that are the closest, especially objects that are in the lane ahead. And it all depends on what the event is, right? So you might have a hard break event, but you can think, if I have a hard break event, but there's only 2 objects to the left and to the right of me, in the lane to the left and the lane to the right, and I have a hard break, it's not as important as if I have a hard break and there's an object sitting in front of me, in the lane in front of me, right? So what I'm doing is taking, trying to determine, okay, which one of these frames in the video is the most relevant, based off objects, the event type, and other contexts that we have available. And then we're taking that frame and I'm passing that to a vision model. Now, the reason why I'm not passing every single frame to the vision model is because it would get very expensive to analyze all those images. So I'm using, open source models to try to detect. I'm using object detection and depth estimation here to try to find any of the relevant objects. And then after we identify relevant objects, that's when we're using the vision model. So hopefully that answered your question. That's kind of the idea. But Traveler 1993, you got it. You got it. So let's see. Okay, it implemented all the changes. I would maybe use the GitHub MCP. Can you create a pull update get pull request? Get pull request. Create pull request. Okay. I'm gonna say, okay, can you go ahead and commit these changes with a short and sweet commit message? And then, guys, we're going to check out BugBot and the Codex PR review tool here in a minute when we get this pushed. We may try to use the GitHub MCP right now to create a PR, which would be kind of cool. Okay. 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 Now, if we wanted to use the GitHub MCP server to push these changes to Origin and then create a PR for that, how would we do it? Don't do it yet. Just tell me how you would do it. So the thing is I don't want to create a PR from here, actually. I don't want to create a PR because right now, I need to think about it more, but right now I don't know if BugBot and Codex will start running if I create the PR directly from here, and I just want to show you guys BugBot and the Codex CLI tool. But we will do this soon here. I'm just going to say, okay, go ahead and push these changes to Origin. I don't think the upstream is set yet. Can you find out? I should have just ran it, probably. Let's see. Okay. I never use this push command where I push origin head. That's fine. It did push it. What are these errors, though? Let's see if it pushed it. Let me go to my GitHub. Okay. Sign in here. Let's go over here. Hold on. Let's go to GitHub. Okay, let's go to coaching. Okay, guys, so I'm about to we're gonna create this pull request. So we got new pull request, improve PDF styling. So here are our changes here. Looks like we use some new libraries, added some more custom styling. More modifications to styling. All right, we're gonna go ahead and create this pull request. Okay, so now what's gonna happen is you're gonna see two eyes get commented here. So here's one set of eyes. So this is Cursor BugBot running now. And then we're going to see another set of eyes, and it'll be Codex, a PR review tool. So here we go. So BugBot came back really quick. Let me see. Purely presentation level changes to Report Lab PDF generation, with no changes to core analysis, model calls, or data persistence. Primary risk is layout rendering regressions in generated PDFs. So, you know, for me, if I was in production system, you know, this change, you know, doesn't concern me a lot. You know, if there was if we did deploy this change in a production system and there was some styling issue, you know, there would be no interruption to our real-time data that's flowing into the system and going into the database. So you could always just roll back this change. It would just be a styling issue on the front end. But no major, I mean, some slight interruption in service, I guess, if a user was trying to interact with the front end, but nothing very critical. So that's why I guess it's marking it as a low risk item here. So let's see, Codex is still working here. Oh, here's BugBot. Codex should finish in a minute here too. While we wait for that, we can come back in here and let's see the changes that it made. Okay, here we go. If you include the fourth optional node, you will need to inject. Okay. Wait, why would I need a dedicated DFS page? Wait, I'm confused. Why would... Let's use Whisperflow. Why would I ever need a DFS page? All right, let's go back to Bregbot's still running, and I don't see the response from Codex yet. Our Docker file already was able to build successfully, so we know no major problems in the build. Just waiting for the response from Cursor Bugbot and the response from Codex. Right now, I'm walking through driver ID. So if you guys are new here, let's see. Yeah, if you're new here, pretty much, I'm also deploying driver ID. So this is where we can enter in. This is where my end customer would come in and enter all of their drivers. And after they enter those drivers, they would come to identify drivers. And anytime any one of their drivers gets into the vehicle, it's going to take a picture of their face and send it to our system. And then it's our end customer's job to come in here and link these images to different drivers, right? So we're preparing this right now to migrate it to production. Okay, so it's saying you would never actually need a page name DFS for end users. The bundles author likely included that on note as a developer testing tool. Okay, can you remove this section? The only part that I care about is updating the DFS bit string to add the new pages to identify drivers and add drivers. But this DFS page, and I know it says optional, but we don't need this at all. You can remove that from the plan. So we have a bit string pretty much in our database. That's a series of ones in the database. And so accounts log in and to the system. And when accounts log in, we go to check Postgres. And when we check Postgres, we check this bit string that's a bunch of ones and zeros. And those ones and zeros, and this is kind of how you set up permissions. So if I disable one of these permissions, it would change that bit string in the database to a 0 instead of a 1, right? And then when accounts log in, it goes to go check Postgres, look for that bit string to see, okay, for map, is it 1 or 0? For geozone, is it 1 or 0? For footage, is it 1 or 0? For reports, is it 1 or 0? And then once we know if it's 1 or 0, then we dynamically render the navigation bar in the front end based off of what that permission bit string is in the database. And that's how we're handling permissions right now. So let's see, Codex. Report lab table styles and the new table style entry uses padding. Okay, but report lab style. Left padding, right padding, top padding, bottom padding. So it's just not following this report lab library, the latest update in the library. It's using this keyword padding. But really it should be using either left padding, right padding, top padding, or bottom padding, it looks like. So let's see. Same divider, median. Wow, BugBot found a lot. Okay. 6 times. And we're using the same object instance in multiple can cause rendering glitches or layout errors. Okay. Thing with images. Embedded only in the image table headers. Without any per camera heading. The rendered PDF shows side-by-side images. Okay, we're literally gonna grab all these guys. We're gonna throw it in here. Not this one. Wrong chat. Okay. One by one. Oh, we grabbed this. We didn't grab the... Wait, let's grab this one. Invalid padding. Okay, so BugBot and Codex both caught this. Codex is only catching 1 error, and BugBot is catching like 4, which is kind of interesting. But hold on, let's start from the bottom. Let's paste this in. So that's the padding error. This is probably not the worst error. It only happens if there's an exception that's thrown. While image loading throws exception. You know, and we're really, every time we create this PDF, you know, you can almost, you can expect that image will be there every time. So not really expecting any potential errors that will be thrown, but it's okay to go ahead and consider this. It's marking that as medium severity. This one's medium severity. So let's come paste that in. When camera images load, source labels are embedded only in the image table headers. Which camera view? Okay, that's good. I don't really, don't fully understand this one, but we're gonna paste it in. And then... Okay, here's this ChatGPT Codex. So Codex only gave me one bug that it found, right? But Cursor BugBot found 3, which is kind of interesting. So let's go paste that into. Boom. Let's see if Gemini 3 Pro can get this. Gemini 3.1 Pro. And guys, we also have, I don't know if we're going to get to it on this stream, we'll see, but I have a massive Blue Cactus refactor plan, right? And so I built out all new microservices and a completely new architecture for the Blue Cactus agents business. And we're going to get to this this week. So a complete new microservice architecture. We're going to be migrating from a chained architecture for the agent to the real-time OpenAI API. We're going to use we're gonna learn from kind of how OpenClaw does tool orchestration. Also learn from LangChain and LangGraph and how they handle tool orchestration, right? And we're going to take some of those learnings and build a multi-agent kind of tool orchestration in a similar fashion, but for business agents, right? So we're going to have all these different services. We'll have a voice service, a real-time audio service, an inferencing service, orchestration state machine, a RAG query service, right? A service to ingest documents, a booking workflow service, SMS service, a front-end service, an authentication service, an agent validation service that's going to use OTel to trace agent discussions. So we'll start getting to this this week, and we're also going to think through, okay, what services need to be highly available and stay on EC2 servers that are running 24/7. Which background services can we maybe delegate to spot instances that are maybe not real-time services, but more services that are not real-time. Hey, Ethereum, how are you? How are you? So Ethereum, we're just working on right now a couple things. I've got driver ID here that I'm preparing to get it migrated over to production. We got to make some changes. I'm using DFS to dynamically render this navigation bar, so we have a permission bit string in the database. And so we're walking through this plan here. Let's see, let's go to get. So we're walking through this plan, which is pretty much the driver ID migration bundle, right? So a few different services that we gotta modify. So first we need to run some SQL queries on our production system, and I really have two Kubernetes clusters. One is my production system, one is this staging server, and they're both pretty much like identical clones. And what I do is after I finish making changes on the staging server, I start preparing it for production. So pretty much this is the production flow that we're going through here. And also what we're working on is we have a new coaching workflow. So this is pretty cool. We built these new reports here where we take the most relevant frames and we pass it to an OpenAI vision model. So for instance, here you can see this is a frame that we passed to an OpenAI vision model, and it was able to help us describe this image and help us determine, is this a risky event or not a risky event? So you can see here, it was able to identify that, I was holding my phone with both hands. But it was able to also say, okay, the car appears to be stationary or parked, right? So even though I was distracted, I actually wasn't moving, right? Also, it was able to look at this image. The image shows a traffic scene at an intersection with multiple cars and a truck. The van has clear signage and a visible license plate. One thing we can look into it also is trying to get the numbers and the letters off the license plate, if we can, if it's a very severe accident, right? And so pretty much we're taking the most relevant frames, we're putting together our snapshot, passing the frames to the vision model to try to get some more description and determine a severity. And so we've updated a lot of the heuristics with this system and normalized different items that we're measuring. So some of the items that we measure, for instance, like speed is in miles per hour and distance is in feet, right? But we take both of those scales and we normalize them between 0 and 1, and then we're trying to build a risk score. And so this is just part of that. And so what we're doing now is I'm trying to, and then we come up with a shared action plan, right? So driver will place phone in a secured location and enable do not disturb. Follow up, verify at the start of the next shift. 2 is coach and driver will review company phone use policy and agree on acceptable hands-free procedure. And then we have some driver reflection questions. What led you to use or look at your phone while the vehicle was stopped? And how could that situation be handled differently? And using all the context we have to build this driver coaching worksheet. And so made a lot of changes to this. And now what we're doing is I'm using Gemini 3 Pro, which Gemini 3 Pro is really great at styling, right? So what I had Gemini 3 Pro did with Gemini 3 Pro is I used the AWS CLI to pull down my PDFs. So all of these PDFs I'm storing on AWS S3. And we can look at another one here. Let's look at this report. So here it said, a person is sitting in the driver's seat of a car holding a cell phone to their ear with their right hand. The person is wearing a seatbelt and a hoodie. The interior of the car is visible. This is kind of funny, but it says, including the front passenger seat and the back seats with some items on the floor. So I was actually able to tell I had some clutter in my back seat. And what's interesting about this is also if you're bringing like patients or transporting people in your car, yes, it's using OpenCV, Imperium. So, you could also identify other people in the vehicle, right? And so really what I'm doing is I'm pulling all this together with the drivers, right? So really, for my customers to start really deploying safety solutions, you really need to know who was the driver in the vehicle. Then the idea eventually is right now when I come to reports and I run a critical event report, right now you can actually see the drivers now. So now inside of my reporting system, you can see which driver was involved on that event. And then if you want to run another coaching, you would just click this. But my idea in the future is really what we're going to do is every time I ingest an event into my system, we're probably going to be running every single event through this coaching system, right? And then we're trying to determine what the risk score is, and then we only want to notify our customers when there is an event that's actually risky, right? Because you can imagine as you get more and more vehicles, more and more drivers, if you start having to look through like what we call false positive events, that's like a full-time job. But really, as a fleet manager, you only want to get notified when there's critical events, right, that you really need to review. Also, as a driver, you only want to notify and have a driver review learning content if that event is important enough, right? You never want to be taking disciplinary action against drivers for false positives, because that can drop your morale, your driver morale quickly, right? If you start taking action against drivers where it really wasn't their fault, right? Maybe someone in front of them stopped abruptly. Maybe they had to swerve out of the way for legitimate reasons. And so these are the type of things we're trying to identify. So let me come back. Let's go to cursor. It looks like it did make these changes. And let's see, let's get this push to origin. Okay, we pushed it. So now what we're going to do is, now that we pushed it, so we already had BugBot and Codex ran on this PR. But now I pushed another commit, right? So I just pushed this commit here. But now I want BugBot, and I probably don't need to, but just for the purposes of chat, I probably want BugBot and Codex to run again. So if I want BugBot to run again, at least in my setup, I can write BugBot run. So let's just do bugbot run. I believe it's bugbot run. I think it is. Nice. Okay, so bugbot started running right there. So if you create a PR and bugbot runs and then you want to run bugbot again, you can just type bugbot run. And then if I want Codex to run again, I can go Codex review, @Codex review. Bugbot, you don't have to actually do @Bugbot, but here I can go @Codex review. Boom. And now we should see Codex will respond with some eyes on this comment. Boom. Okay, so there's Codex. Nice. So Codex is running again there. Now, while we wait for that, I'm going to come back and we're going to keep reviewing this. So here's our driver ID migration plan. Right, so a couple things. So here's the recommended production rollout order. Right, so like one of the things I have to do here is a couple things. One thing we have to do is add these new pages to our navbar structure. So we pretty much have a JSON object that defines each one of the navbar pages at a different index, right? And this is how we dynamically, based off the account's permission bit string, this is how we dynamically render navbar pages, right? So we need to add these two pages to the navbar. Now we also have, let me see, where's my SQL queries here? Okay, so we also need to create these new tables, right? And this is really, like when I'm going to go roll this out to production, like really the first two things I'm probably gonna do is get the table set up, right? So this is good to think about what order when you do make changes, especially when you're dealing with like a state. And guys, if you are a vibe coder out there, you know, right now on this system at least, I'm not moving as quickly because it's important for me, because I have a system that's running in production with real customers and real-time data coming in. It's very critical for me that I don't have any interruptions in service. And so that's why I'm being so delicate with this. But just my advice, if you are a vibe coder and your goal is to be an entrepreneur and build a business, you know, my advice to you is, you know, I would try to build a minimum viable product as quickly as you can. You know, some of the architecture and trying to understand how you can make it scalable, and maybe where to run the workloads. Am I running the workloads on EC2? Am I running them on Spot instances? Is it an event-driven serverless architecture where I have Lambda functions set up? Like, these are things that I'm thinking about because it's important for me to have a scalable system that I can deploy inside of Kubernetes. But if your goal is just to try to go from zero to dollars, right? A quote to cash or whatever you want to call it, I would highly suggest vibe code a prototype. Don't think about the scalability. Don't think about architecture so much. Test it aggressively. Make sure Make sure the product works. Make sure that you have your security on lock if you're dealing with real customer sensitive data. So understanding how you're storing customer passwords in your database, are they hashed? How you're doing authentication. You know, I would kind of focus a bit on the security. Don't go crazy, but try to launch something into the market as fast as you can. And I just say that because if you see me, you know, I'm kind of being very delicate about this, but that's for this production system. But when you see me working on the agents business, I might be letting it rip and run a little more than I am, at least with this change. So like, here's the table. So one table I have to add is the drivers table, right? So when I'm in my front end, and I go to driver directory, I got to have a table to add these drivers in, right? So that would be one of the first things when I go to the production system. I'm going to execute that query to create the drivers table. And then creating an index, right? And so indexes are important And so really what you want to do is you want to think about, okay, after I create these tables, think about what my query is to go retrieve the data that I need. And then you want to create indexes on the columns that you're joining, or the columns that you're fetching, right? And I'm kind of butchering that, but I would highly suggest understanding indexes and when and why to use them. So for this table, I'm creating the drivers table and then setting up these indexes. Here I'm creating the driver UUID links table. So whenever we link a driver to one of these images, we have another table for that, right? And then what we have to do is in one of our existing tables, because that shape of the data that we started, these driver ID events have a different data shape versus the other events. Pretty much there was a couple more arguments or a couple more attributes in the object, right? And because there was a couple more attributes in the object, when that data hits my service where I ingest it and I parse that data, the table that I normally was sticking that data in was missing a couple columns, right, to handle this new data that's in the driver ID events payload. So this is where I'm adding a new column called driver UUID. Driver UUID to that table, right? And then here you go. Here's my permission bitmask migration. So the new drivers module adds 3 nodes to the navbar tree before sign out. And all this means is, let me see if I can show you guys this. Okay. So guys, like here's kind of how that the navbar structure looks, right? So there's pretty much a file called navbar structure. It's a TypeScript file. And it shows every page on the navigation bar and what the index is, right? And then so then like I described, then you have the account that sits in the database, and that account has a permission column that has either a 1 or a 0 for each one of these indexes. And that lets us know, does this customer have permission or not to view that page, right? And so another thing we have to do is on our production system is modify all the existing permission bit strings. So any of our new customers or any of our existing accounts on production can see this report. So let's see. So let's come down, which is good. Let's pull this back here. Hold on. Let's see if this is done. Okay. And found no issues. Awesome. Didn't find any issues. Boom. Okay, so let's merge this, guys. So this is our new PDF styling. So now let's go to actions and okay, here we go. So Docker files building and about to build this Docker image here. I probably don't need to be freeing up the disk space every time, but that's okay. And guys, I'm going to use the restroom, or everyone, I'm going to use the restroom quickly here, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So while we wait for that too, guys, I just want to show you another thing we're going to start working on is our Blue Cactus Enterprise Refactor plan. So pretty much we used a chained architecture in the past where we had one service doing the speech-to-text transcription, another service doing orchestration and tool calling, another service doing the generative stuff, and then another service doing text-to-speech transcription. And OpenAI released a new real-time API where they have pretty much they're doing speech-to-text and text-to-speech and tool calling all inside of one model. And so we're going to be migrating to this this real-time OpenAI, this new real-time API. So just an example. So we're going to be building some new services. So we're going to have a core path, which is going to be our voice service, our media stream service, our inference gateway, our dialogue graph runtime, and our OTel collector. OTel is a way to, it's a protocol, I guess, or I'm still learning about OTel, but it's a way to trace agents, and it's like an agent debugging protocol is my understanding, and I'm still learning more about this. Cursor also released some standard for agent tracing, agent tool calling, and agent communication. And so we're going to use the OpenAI real-time API. We're setting up a new Twilio WebSocket. In the past, we've used webhooks, but we're migrating to WebSockets. So first, we're gonna build the core services. Tux. I'll explain Tux, but we also have a new tool to test agents. And this is where I create like customer profiles, or have one agent that kind of simulates customer interactions, whoever the vertical is. And then after we build our agent, or the agent workflow, we use this the testing agent to kind of test your workflow that you set up. And guys, this is gonna start to make a lot more sense. And let's see. Intents to real-time tool calls. Let's see. So this is actually what I'm interested in too. So this is going to be the agent trace standard, and I'm calling it Trail Judge just to go with the Blue Cactus theme. But this service is going to emit and store agent trace records for validation runs and attribution ranges. And then our front end service is going to read these agent trace records. And we're going to have like a GUI where you can review these agent trace records. And so OTel is a standard for agent, I guess, spans or agent logs. And also we're going to be using these Cursor shared transcripts. Let me see if I can. That's okay. But anyways, we're going to start working on this and completely refactoring this entire service. Let's see here. And so here's kind of the service and how we're mapping it out. So you've got Twilio. You've got the Voice Edge service, or this is going to be the real-time service. And I'm going to say very concisely for a layman. I'm just going to say, of these services, and if it will run on AWS Spot or EC2 or event driven Lambda. And then we're going to go back to the coaching PDF here in a second, guys. Just want to briefly, and really I built this plan. I spent a lot of time building this plan. I haven't started executing it yet. But let's see. Just want to show these. I'm going to say, or explain all of the services that we're going to deploy in phase 1, and explain what those services do, and if we're going to be deploying on AWS Spot instances or EC2 nodes. Okay, so like here's an example. So we've got the Twilio ingress plus media streams plus call control, and this handles like barge in, interruption, and Twilio helps you manage some of this stuff. It's been a while since I reviewed this service in depth, but we're gonna have this service is gonna run on EC2. So all of our on-demand services, so services that have to have uptime or be available at all times, right? We're running those on EC2 on-demand servers, and we could run it on a bursty server too. Probably not a server that's bursty, probably something that has like highly available compute, and not like burstable credits, more something that's always online, always available. So these services, and guys, a lot of people, honestly, one of the hardest parts about vibe coding is, especially if you're trying to build like an enterprise product, is kind of this system design, right? And a lot of people wouldn't even show the full system design. But you know, I'm doing it because I want to be as transparent as I can be. And by the way, the6424, thanks for the follow on Twitch. I'm not sure if you're still here with us, but it means a lot. I don't know if you came from Midnight Simon's chat, but happy to have you here with us. So then we've got the media stream. So this is like the real-time audio bridge, and I may combine these two services. But pretty much this, I believe, would... I'm just going to ask it to explain these in a little more detail. Explain these in a bit more detail for a layman, and also detail exactly what we will do in phase 1. Let's see what it says here. Okay, so we got the Voice Edge service, and this is going to be the phone call front door, or it's really the front door of our system, right? And this is going to be directly hooking up to Twilio. And so this is going to manage live calls and the Twilio media streams, right? And so this service, we want to have, this service is, it's important for this service to be available all the time. And that's why we're going to run it on EC2, on-demand EC2. Here's the media stream gateway service. So this is a live audio pipe. And so this is going to actually move our audio back and forth between Twilio and the OpenAI real-time API, right? And this is also a service that's very important for this service to be highly available and online all the time. And then we have this inference gateway, and I have all like Western vibe names. But then we also have this, so the AI traffic controller. So this is going to be helping us run tool calling, right? And then, so this is going to help us handle tool calling. And then we have the graph, right? Where this is kind of the brain, where we have the workflow orchestration set up, right? And so this is also going to be highly available on EC2, but maybe a spot burst. So you run maybe some on-demand servers, but if you get bursty traffic, you'd maybe run that on spot instances, right? Then we got the dialogue graph. So this is kind of where our customers are going to set up that their workflow, right? And this is where we're going to try to decide, okay, did we finish this turn in the conversation? Can we move on to the next action, right? Did we satisfy this turn? Are we moving to the next turn in the conversation? Then we got the docs retrieval service, right? So this service is going to be is going to fetch all of our document chunks, right? So a customer will, or end customer will upload their business documentation, and we're gonna embed it into a vector database, probably with Postgres PG vector, or whatever the vector extension is. And then when we do that, we're gonna fetch and retrieve those chunks, right? For documents that are relevant for whatever the workflow is. Okay. So then you have the docs indexer. So this is also Spot, which is kind of interesting because I guess, this might need to be real time, right? Like when I have a sales rep that's using the liquid glass tool, or a sales rep that's on the phone with a customer, it's important that that document similarity search, the similarity search in the vector database returns data quickly, right? So we may need to think about this one being more highly available. Here's this tool where we index the documents. Now, here's an interesting one where maybe this doesn't need to be real time, right? So maybe our customer comes in, they have all their business documents, and sorry guys, you may not have been able to see the top, these top ones here, but I'm gonna scroll up. We got I just walked through these four services that are gonna be part of our agent service, and now I'm moving down to the docs indexer. So here, this is a tool where this is a service where when our customers upload their business documentation, right, they're going to, those business documents will flow through this service, right? And the idea is that maybe this service could be an event-triggered service, using like Lambda hooks. And I haven't done a lot of serverless Lambda stuff, but the idea is, say we have a front end, our customer uploads those PDF documents or whatever they are, those documents hit the database, and when they hit the Postgres database, it fires an event to a Lambda serverless Lambda function that executes and then runs the embedding model, embeds that data, and then sticks those embeddings into Postgres vector DB. So then we have the orchestrator, right? And this is like our booking service. Then we got our SMS service. We've got our authentication service, our front end service. Then we got this one. I'm really interested in this. This is using that new, we're going to have a validation service to help you test your agents and then validate them using OTel or a protocol to help trace your agent conversations. We're going to have our liquid glass service that we've discussed before. And I need to think about this one a little bit. This is using a tool called Firecracker. We're going to have sandboxes where if you want to do some code execution, we can run that code execution in your workflow in a sandboxed environment. And so say maybe you have your agent and the agent goes through one turn, then another turn. And on the third turn, you want to be able to execute some or execute some code, right? Maybe that code integrates with some backend system, whatever system that you have, or maybe the agent collects some parameters, and then you need to run some code in the cloud to hook up to one of your services, and then pass those parameters to your service. You could do that. Here's that hotel. So this is telemetry for the agents, and this is critical because I already know that when I build out this system and I start having discussion with these small and medium-sized businesses that, and we're gonna get in there, and there's gonna be different hallucinations for every single workflow, right? Every single different vertical, different hallucinations. So having this telemetry, and this is something kind of similar to what Sentry is doing, but we're going to be doing something very similar. And I won't go through this anymore, but we're going to start working on this very, very soon. Probably either the end of this stream or the next stream. Now let's get let's see what Bugbot said. Okay, Bugbot's done. All right. Now we're about to check the new PDF. So I'm going to come back to Cursor, and let's come here. I'm going to say, okay, can you run a rollout restart on my coaching deployment? So we're about to check out our new PDF styling, guys. And please like, follow, and subscribe, guys, if you haven't already. It helps a lot. It helps push out the content out to more people. Let's Google. Okay, it tried to do it, but it got an error. Okay, it's doing it again. I thought the deployment name was coaching. There we go. All right, now if I come to kubectl get pods namespace coaching. Wow, it rolled out quick. Okay. Okay, great. Now follow the coaching deployment logs, and I'm going to execute a new coaching request. Nice. Boom. Cool. All right, now let's go run another coaching report. See if we had any. None in December. What about January? I know we had some in January. Okay. We got another one here. Let's watch. I think I just woke up in these videos. Okay, there's my phone. Let's see if it gets it. All right, we're going to run it. Coaching. Okay. Coaching requested. Boom. Come to cursor. We're going to see this in the log here. You can see it's already processing one of the videos here. Here we go. It's going through each frame in the video. And then we're about to check out the PDF to see what it looks like. And I already know Gemini 3 Pro is going to do a pretty incredible job at styling. Has been my experience so far. It's definitely the best model at front-end design. Still reviewing the event. So right now, guys, this is CPU bound. It's actually, I have this running on a not on a GPU server. So the GPU server is still, and when it scales up, I'll probably have to migrate to using CUDA and GPU, probably. But for now, I think it's okay to run on CPU. It seems to be performing pretty good here. Now we don't have, once it gets deployed in the production environment and real production customers using it, we may need to rethink some of this architecture. Or the way that we may need to make it GPU bound instead of CPU bound. But okay, let's see. Here it is. Wow, look at that. It looks sexier, right, guys? It's looking sexier. I don't know if I love this. I wonder if I can open this in the browser. Can I? Can you? Can you open this in the browser? See if I can use this cursor. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. Hold on. And maybe I don't know if there's a drop down here with all the let me just open the browser myself. It's okay. Thought maybe you could just open a PDF. Interesting. What I might do, I'm trying to think, I kind of want to like take screenshots of it. Or I don't know if when it just reads through, when the model just reads through the text, it might not perform as well as if I pass it screenshots. Let's try to pass it some screenshots. You know, I don't even know if what I'm doing right here kind of makes sense, I guess, but it'd be interesting to maybe be able to open a PDF in the cursor browser and then have the cursor browser tool take some screenshots of that PDF for me. Interesting. So it can't look at a PDF inside the browser. Actually, it looks like. So what I might do... Oh, it can try to open it. No application. So is there no way for you to open up this PDF and take screenshots of it? Oh, look, it's trying to open Google Chrome. Wow, kind of cool. It's definitely looking better though, for sure. I still see like this. This is a little wonky. This definitely needs to be improved. Driver commitment. I thought the images were supposed to be in a table too. Ooh, confirm. Whoa, it got it. I had to go to localhost. There we go. I just learned something actually. But did it start like a... Oh, it started a Python server on port 8000. Interesting. Which is pretty badass, actually. Nice. You're going to need to take multiple screenshots to make sure you get screenshots of all the pages on the PDF. Honestly, it's pretty badass, but it actually started a Python HTTP server on port 8000, and then I was able to open up the PDF on localhost port 8000, and now it's able to try to take pictures of it, right? Also, maybe try to use the default browser agent to take screenshots at that localhost link too. Definitely looking better though, for sure. I don't know if Gemini 3 Pro got stuck here. I'm gonna give it another minute. Hmm. Oh, there we go. So I don't know if the browser tool will be able to navigate the PDF screenshot capture process. It's trying to press the arrow down key. Wow. Pretty incredible, honestly. It's trying to press the arrow right key. It's trying to modify the URL now to go to page 2 of the PDF. If anyone from Cursor is watching this, this might be something to look into. I mean, I'm probably the only guy trying to take screenshots of a PDF right now, but maybe not.
Change all the fortunes of your people. I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
It's kind of incredible, actually, to watch Gemini do this. It's fascinating. Honestly, I could have sped this up by just taking the screenshots myself, but this is kind of interesting to watch. That's fine. Some Python library to look at PDFs, which is fine. It's really struggling to take these screenshots of all 3 pages of the PDF. It's interesting, but I don't know if it's installing that library inside of a, I assume some sort of virtual environment. Wow, it's creating a Python script to do this. I didn't really want to have to do that. But whatever. Might as well keep rolling with it now. Where did it put that file? Oh, it's in a temporary directory. Good. Maybe it'll clean it up. Let's see, so okay. Hmm. The screenshots are saved. Saved. Let me see if I can where's the temporary directory? Huh. Why can't I see it? Hold on. Hmm. Let's go to music. View all. Temp cursor screenshots. Where is this directory? I want to look at the screenshots to make sure you took them accurately. So right now, guys, I'm reviewing this PDF, and we're trying to update the styling on this PDF right now. And so what I'm doing is, I actually set up a it looks like a Python proxy to actually open up this file. So we started a Python server, HTTP server at port 8000, and now we're trying to use the cursor tools to review this PDF. Okay, they were in a temporary sandbox, but I just want to look at them. Here they are. Okay, 1, 2. Nice. So it used Python to do it. Kind of cool, actually. Huh. Okay. So Okay, now review these screenshots, and then let's improve the styling again. The read tool. Nice. Okay, I like this idea. Okay. Nice. It actually found that issue with the with this, right? So it's like a bullet and a hyphen there. Um but it looks like it discovered that, which is cool. Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, sure, make these changes and then commit them and then push to origin. Okay, good. Now review this plan again and let me know if you think we're ready to start migrating these changes to production. I want you to go review the Git log for each one of these services and verify that the plan is accurate. Do not make any changes yet. Remember that this is the plan that you are reviewing. Again, do not make any changes to the plan. I want you to review each phase of the plan and then go use the Git log and review the services and the Git commits that are related to driver ID and verify that the steps we're about to take that are detailed in this plan will not cause any interruptions or any breaking changes. We're going to be migrating this code to a production system. Again, do not make any changes to the plan or the code. This is just a verification brainstorm process that we're doing together. Okay, we just made the changes. Cool. Let's go to let's go over here. Okay. Now let's go back to our coaching service. You know what? I may try to use I may if we wanted to use the GitHub MCP server to create a PR in this service for our latest commit, how would we do that? So guys, I may try to use this GitHub MCP server. I've used it before to pull issues down, but never to create a PR. I've seen a lot of people use the GitHub command line interface. So it just read a tool, a GitHub tool called create pull request. So usually when I create... Wow. I'm impressed, man. So now what I can... Guys, what I'm starting to realize is that, you know, you could use the GitHub MCP server, create these PRs, use hooks to see, and I'm still thinking through this, but use hooks to see if the build fails. If the build fails, you loop that back into the agent to try again, right? Then let's say the build completes. Then maybe there's some other hook or the MCP server where it checks to see when the GitHub Actions is done, right? When GitHub Actions is done, I could have it do the Kubernetes rollout restart. And so this is where you can kind of see where, okay, well, if we start using hooks and MCP servers and agentic loops, where we can start to maybe try to close the loop more and more. But this is pretty cool. This is about to use the GitHub MCP server to create a PR. So let's do this. Wow. Pretty damn cool. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Where the hell did it create the PR? Well, the MCP server just told me it created the PR. Oh, it's a... Interesting. So I couldn't see it in the regular GUI. Look at this. I come to this GUI. Huh. Interesting. So this is kind of... I just found this when I used the GitHub MCP server. It, I can't see the PR here when I go into the regular GUI, but if I pull up... If I use the link directly, I can see the pull request. It's kind of weird though. Like, why can't I see it right here? It's telling me there's no open pull request. I'm gonna kind of ask ChatGPT this. Take a screenshot. Oh, too much stuff open. Hold on. Okay, so I use the GitHub MCP server to create a new pull request, but what's really strange is when I go to this repository and I click on pull request, I can't see the PR in the GUI, but I'm able to see the PR if I go to the link directly. Is anyone else experiencing this with the GitHub MCP server? Yeah, so here it is, right here, which this is the link, right? So we pushed it with the MCP server. So we use the call MCP tool and the create pull request MCP tool to do this, which is pretty badass. But it's really straight. Look at that. I mean, you'd think GitHub would have that. GitHub's moving pretty slow too. Hold on, I'm going to. Improve coaching PDF layout. They might have both had the same name. Huh. Bugbot's still running. Codex said it's good, I guess. Wait, why did Codex... I guess did Codex give a thumbs up because it thinks it's good to go? Normally it tells me from Codex that there's no bugs. Interesting. Let's see what ChatGPT is saying. Huh. Also, the Codex had a little bit different. The Codex bug bot kind of had a bit of a different. Okay, I also noticed that the Codex PR review tool responded with a thumbs up instead of eyes. Normally, I always see the eyes, and then Codex will run and then let me know that there's no bugs, but I haven't seen the thumbs up yet. Well, so Codex was able to run quickly, I guess, and find no issues at all, which is pretty fascinating. And guys, if you're here, please like and subscribe and follow. It helps push out this content to more people. Right now, we're working on the new styling on our report, right? So we have this report. We just improved the styling a bit. Kind of have this. We highlighted this red, bolded some stuff. We put some new tables down here. So everything looks a little more fresh, a little more professional. And then what I did was then I used Cursor to help me take screenshots of this PDF, and then I passed the screenshots back to Gemini. And so we're about to have Gemini, or Gemini already made the changes to try to improve styling. And now we're just waiting for Bugbot to complete. So this is a pretty small change and it's already taking like 7 minutes. So Codex, for some reason on this one, was able to be nice if you could see like in real time what kind of BugBot was doing, but that's okay. Let's see if it's still not in the front end. Let's go to pull request. Oh, there it goes. Now it's in the front end. Okay, so when I pushed this, created this pull request with the MCP server, it took a little while for it to populate in the GitHub front end, but that's okay. So here it is now. And we're still waiting for BugBot to finish running. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. And almost a 10-minute run from BugBot here. Honestly, I could probably huh. Who included this summary? Was that BugBot? Or is this Codex? It's interesting. A slightly different behavior when I use that MCP server to create the PR request versus when I created it manually myself. But BugBot's almost BugBot's really taking a minute here. Let's check this here while we wait for that. Okay, I've reviewed the Git logs for all 4 services. Accounts, nests, next. Commits match the plan exactly. Good. The rollout order is perfect. So like this is important for me, guys, when I migrate, when I finish making changes in the staging server, you know, kind of the rollout order is important for me. So like for driver ID, the first thing I need to do is create the new tables in the database. Next thing I'm going to do is create the new controllers or the API endpoints in my account service. Then I'm going to, in my service that ingests all the events, I make a modification to the parser so it can parse this data that has a new shape, right? Then I make my change to the report service. So the report service now includes driver ID. So I'm going to be making changes to that service. And then finally, the front end service where we're going to add the new pages. So kind of doing these changes one at a time. Let's see here. Let's see if BugBot's done. Wow. BugBot's still running. Guys, please like, follow, and subscribe to it. Okay, BugBot ran, and looks like no review, no issues. Good. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and merge this. And now, guys, when I merge this into main, then it kicks off a GitHub Actions where it builds the Docker image. Right, it builds the Docker image. and then it's going to push this Docker image up to Docker Hub. And then when I deploy into AWS Elastic Kubernetes Service, it goes to go, and we have Docker secrets set up inside of the cluster, and it goes to go fetch this Docker image from the cloud, and then takes that Docker image and deploys it inside of the Kubernetes environment as a pod. And that pod runs inside of a namespace. And guys, we still haven't got to it, and I'm not a hardcore gamer. This game is just, this old school RuneScape is like a nostalgic game for me. I played when I was a kid. It's like one of the first MMOs I ever played. But what's really cool about this game is it has a framework wrapped around it called RuneLite that's open source. So I think it's going to be a fun project at some point to try to build a plugin on top of RuneLite in Java. So the framework is written in Java. And so that should be a fun little item that we'll eventually get to on stream when we find time. Again, I'm not a hardcore player. One day we might do like a gaming stream if people are interested. But definitely at some point we'll try to create a RuneScape plugin on top of this framework called RuneLite, which should be fun. Okay, so it looks like we're almost done. Docker image is almost done building. Okay, it looks like it built. Cool. Now, what's interesting is if there was a GitHub, if in this GitHub MCP server, let me take a look. Let's go to tools and MCP servers. Okay, if we go to GitHub, get pull request status. So there's nothing right now to check like GitHub actions. And so one thing I know for sure is if I had GitHub, right now I'm running cloud hosted runners. So I'm using GitHub servers and running in the cloud. I don't compile a ton. So I've never hit the limits on the cloud hosted runners. But if I used a locally hosted runners to build this code, I could have like a hook where when that workflow file was done, I could use a hook to say, okay, this GitHub Actions workflow is done, right? It pushed the Docker image up into the cloud. And that's when I could use a hook to say, okay, the Docker image is pushed. If I was using a locally hosted runner, I could say, all right, the workflow's done. It pushed the image to Docker Hub. Right, let's go ahead and run the Kubernetes rollout restart. And then let's start to test it, right? And that's kind of where you can start to close the loop a bit. But let's come back here and let's say, okay, let's do the Kubernetes rollout restart on the coaching deployment. And I'm going to show you guys kind of how this works here. Okay, let's run this. Let's run this again. Okay, so you're going to see, here's this pod that's running right now. Let's get some music back on quickly. Okay, so let's do this. I should have used the agent review too here, but that's okay. Okay, so here we're doing the rollout restart. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hopefully you can. Okay, so here's the rollout restart. Now if I run this again, you'll see how one of the pods is terminating. And it already launched this pod, which is kind of incredible that it launched. It used to take like 2 minutes for this thing to launch. but I made some changes to the Docker file and it's way faster. So then I'm going to say, okay, let's open and follow the coaching deployment logs. I'm about to execute another coaching request, and then we're going to review the PDF. Cool. So now we're going to open up the logs for this coaching pod that's running right now. Okay, so let's open up the logs. So here you can see we just opened up the logs. Okay. So now we're going to let's go back to reports, critical events. Let's try to find a decent event here. Okay, I got my phone there. Pretty distracted driver, man. Let's see, the phone's not the phone wasn't in that many frames on this one, but let's see. Which one was that? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and run this coaching. So here I go. I'm clicking coaching, clicking OK, clicking OK here. Now you're going to see here in the log, you can see we're about to start processing this MP4 video frame by frame. Nice. So here's it, the frames reviewing. Okay, it's still processing the video here. And then we're about to check out the PDF. So again, we're normalizing all these different signals that we're measuring, and then we're building a safety score. Right, so it's about to send me the email. It's going to say here that it's sending it to the coaching service. Or to the communication service, which sends me a email notification, and then we'll be able to see the latest coaching event here in the front end. There we go. It's almost okay. Cool. Just generated the PDF. Okay, done. All right, now when we come to coaching, here we go. Here's the new event. Let's watch the video for any. And it looks like there's not many objects here, at least in the front end view. But let's see, it'll start to get objects when it see. This wasn't the best event probably, but when you see the driver facing camera, okay, here we go. It didn't get my phone, but let's see what happens here. This is not the best event, but let's see. View report. So this one was low. No sustained risky driving behavior. The main focus is to address brief in-cabin distraction. The driver was looking down and a phone was seen in one frame. This image shows an empty parking lot with no visible people, vehicles, or phones in the view. This does not appear to be a real driving safety event. Severity judgment low. It's still calling it a handbag. It's supposed to be... The PDF looks better. First I'm going to say... There is still a bullet and a hyphen, and it looks strange. We either just want to use bullets or hyphens, either or. Also, I still see that it's saying handbag instead of seatbelt. I thought we created alias for this. See if I can fix this. Well, this runs, we can keep kind of going through the driver migration. So again, let's just look through this. Okay. So these are all the new files that we're adding. Here are the existing files that we're modifying. Here's the controller. Here's the new nav bar. Here's the new data type object that includes some that preview when you double click, that includes some new attributes. And then we remove something from the log here to check API key. We updated some of our SQL queries to enter in some new data into our event data table. So the shape of the data changed. So we got to add new data into the table. Here's how we're kind of storing the data into the table. Here's some logging that we removed. here's this new icon that we're using for the driver identification. Here's our report component where we're showing driver ID images now. So let's see. Gemini 3.0 is still reviewing that. So guys, the problem is right now is, let's see, shared action plan, event snapshot. Oh, it is calling it a seatbelt here. Good. So in the video, it's still getting this. And for now, it's so good at calling the seat. And I need to train the model a bit better. But it's so good at calling the seatbelt a handbag that I'm using an alias now. When it sees a handbag, until we train this pre-trained model, I'm using an alias right now. To the handbag is really a seatbelt in this scenario. But let's see. All right, let's just go ahead and run this. Now I'm going to say, okay. Okay, let's use the GitHub MCP server to create a pull request in moomaps-inc. So we're about to use the MCP server to create a pull request. Wait, why is... Oh, there's only 4 songs in this playlist. Hold on. That's why I was confused, like, what's going on? Let's just go to classic. There we go. Okay. Wait, that pull request already got merged. Oh, we need to push it to origin. Okay, I guess the latest commit we haven't pushed to origin yet, right? Once we push to origin, we'll be able to create the PR. You guys, so if anyone's new here, we're building out these reports, right? So we're reviewing dash camera events. We're building a safety score. We're describing the event and which objects were in the event. Then we're looking at the frames in the event. are the most relevant frames, and then we're passing it to a vision model, and the vision model's helping us make a determination on what we see in these frames, and doing another analysis on top of the object detection and the depth estimation to help us determine if the event is risky or not. And so then we make some observations. And so this event was at 3 miles per hour. I look down, we build an action plan, we build reflection questions for the driver, and then we have a signature for the driver and the coach. So let's come back here. Hold on. Hold on. Why do we have to check out to a new branch? We can just push to the branch that we're on right now. Okay. Let's see if Gemini 3 Pro can do this. Hold on, but don't we need to push the commit to origin before we create the PR? Let me see what branch we're in real quick. Yeah. Wait. Oh. Yeah, so this is the commit that we need to push. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps push out the content to more people. Right now we're working on this a coaching platform. So we have dash cameras and vehicles, and they detect events at the edge, so quick acceleration, hard brake, erratic lane departure, driver state monitoring fatigue, driver state monitoring distraction, driver state monitoring cell phone use, driver state monitoring cigarette, driver state monitoring seatbelt, shock, severe shock for accidents, right? Lane departure warning, following too closely warning. And so we're doing all of this at the edge. And then we're putting together reports, right? So this is what the driver coaching worksheet used to look like. And so kind of right now what we're doing is we're cleaning it up. So now when I look at the worksheet, we styled it a little bit, made these images smaller, kind of positioning the styling a bit here. So anyways, this is and guys, if you're new to this, you know, this is the platform, or my telematics video platform. So we have dash cameras in vehicles. We have this is 3JS on top of Google Maps. So this is a 3D vector map, and this is a 3D object on top of the map. And then we have, obviously you could look at live video. This device is not on now, but there's live video over the air. You could request more footage. You can share a link actually. So I could share a link, and that link, and then you could see real-time location of a vehicle. So if you were like, if it was last mile distribution, or say you're a service company or a plumbing company, and there's a service guy coming to your house, you could see in real time how close that vehicle was to your house, right? We also have, so then we also have geozones, right? So every time you enter or exit geozones, we can let you know that. We're using geospatial calculations to do this. Also footage, if you need to see like any footage from the vehicle. These are all very old, so they're unavailable now, but you can retrieve footage in real over the air. Also, we have all this reporting: geozone, idling, stop, critical event report. We also have alerts, right? So you can set up idling alerts, speeding alerts, ADAS alerts, event alerts, also scheduled reports, right? So if you want to receive these reports on a weekly basis or monthly basis or daily, we use cron jobs to run these reports on schedules. And then we really focused on this coaching platform, and this was completely vibe coded. We vibe coded a lot of stuff. You can go check out some of the previous live streams if you're interested on what we were able to vibe code. But right now we have, we're doing depth estimation, object detection, and so using open source models to do this. And so we're trying to identify, are events risky or not risky, and how risky are they? And we're also trying to, normalize as many of the signals as we can, and try to build a risk or safety score. And if you haven't, guys, please like and subscribe. It helps push this content out to more people. And it would mean a lot if you guys could help me do that. Or if you guys could do that. But anyways, this is the video, and then we're building out these, then we have a reconstruction of the event, right? So a 3D reconstruction, and this is moving at a relative speed. So this helps a fleet manager understand, especially if he's not at the scene of the event, and also in a coaching scenario, sitting down with the driver and running him through this and discussing the event together, right? So you have that reconstruction, and then we also have the report. And this is not, this is the new styling of the report. So we have the report, we have the most relevant frames here. So like here's a frame, and we give a description of what we see in the frame, what objects we see in the event, and then we build an action plan and some questions for the driver. And if you haven't already, guys, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps a lot. So a couple things today. I'm preparing, and it wasn't the most exciting day, but I'm preparing the driver face detection code to start migrating it over to our production system. So I built a plan in Cursor to start thinking through this. Okay, so it did push the code. Let's just double check here. Okay, it did push it. All right, so now we're going to create a new pull request here. But yeah, so we're using this cursor planning to help us migrate driver ID. So driver ID and the coaching platform are kind of pretty coupled together. Really, you can't do coaching without understanding who the driver is, right? So we have that face detection when you get into the vehicle. The camera's doing face detection to figure out who the driver is. once we identify the driver, we're able to use this coaching platform to start distributing this coaching information to the appropriate driver. And so we just created this PR. So let's go pull this. Let's go open this up. Okay, so now let's okay, cool. So we got Cursor and Bugbot both put eyes on this PR. So that means that pretty much Codex and also Cursor Bugbot are doing a review on this PR. And so it's just some pretty basic changes. We're changing the bullets here. So the bullets were a little wonky. There was like a bullet plus a hyphen there. And then we're using an alias for handbag. We're using the term seatbelt here instead. I think. Yeah, so pretty much we have a new controller that we're adding, a new nav bar changes. We've got new data in our data type object or in the payload. There's some new data in the payload. We had to handle that. We're handling this service. So now that the payload changed, we have to modify the service that puts that data into the database. So we make sure it puts all the appropriate values into the database. We have a fetch service where we're just removing some logging. We have a new icon for this new navigation bar. Pretty much on the navigation, we have drivers now, which has a new icon. We have a new report, right? So some new styling in the report that now shows drivers. So when you run reports to look at critical events, it shows which driver was in the vehicle at the time of the event. And these are all things I'm walking through to figure out how to migrate this to production, right? Here's some changes to an interface in the critical event report. Here's adding a new row or a new column called driver into the critical event report. What is this? Here's a new critical event module. This just looks like a set and get. Some set and get Java code here, which is a data type object. And I guess creating an object instance and then setting the data in that object. And then here you've got this is the this is another provider that goes and fetches the data from the database, it looks like. So we've got this big new query, and here are the new tables that we're going to have to add. And that's about it. And then our permission bit string at the end, we're going to have to update all the accounts, the permission bit string for all the accounts on our production system so they can see these new pages. So that's it. Let's see if this is done. So this I don't really care about, but this one's interesting. What are your thoughts about this? Codex flagged this during the PR review. I never really use this. I thought I could see all the oh, here we go. Okay. Where's coaching? There we go. Okay. I never really used this GUI for the Git graph for some reason. So I don't like how sometimes I said, what are your thoughts? And it didn't really... Before we make these changes, what were your thoughts on this? Wait, did I send it? I think I... Man, I sent it the wrong one. I really wanted to send it... Oh. I guess the two... Explain this again for a layman. Right now, I'm not super concerned about the handbag, even though it would be dangerous if a lady or any driver was looking in a handbag. Right now, the issue is the pre-trained model is detecting the seatbelt as a handbag. So explain this again for a layman. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and commit these changes and push to origin, and then let's use the MCP server to create a PR. And guys, I think I'm going to end it soon today, but, you know, I'm planning to continue moving forward pretty aggressively here. So we're gonna start really getting into wrong one. Really getting into the agents tool here. I keep opening up the wrong one. So really start building out phase 1 of these different microservices. And so this agent's business, or this agent's code, I had built a long time ago. There was a ton of latency, and there's been a lot of changes recently. Another thing, so we're going to build out all new microservices for the agent's business. And we'll probably have a full stream where we just focus on this week. Yes, that's kind of the plan with the agent's business. Also, what we're gonna do is so another thing I'm doing is we pulled down OpenClaw. So what we're gonna do is just try to understand how OpenClaw is handling tool orchestration, right? Or how what's another service? It was OpenClaw and LangChain, and we're gonna pull that code down, and we're just gonna review it. Now this code, these you can do this if there's a repository with an MIT license on it. You're allowed to pull that code down, clone that repository, and start reading through the code. Now you can't. With MIT, it's fully permissive, and so you can do whatever you want with it, as long as you just keep that license there, is my understanding, or reference the license when you do deploy the code. But you can pull that code down, read it, understand the tool orchestration, and really tool orchestration. And there's Microsoft tool called AutoGen that's doing tool orchestration too. So probably going to review Microsoft AutoGen, review OpenClaw to see how they're handling tool orchestration, review LangChain to see how they're handling tool orchestration. We're going to take that knowledge and those learnings, and then we're going to continue building out this agents business and make sure we have enterprise ready, multi-agent system with enterprise grade tool calling, enterprise grade observability that's ready to scale, for really simple business workflows, right? And so RAG, observability, a full Twilio voice and SMS integration, full orchestration, and integrating with the real-time OpenAI API, and so we'll work through all of this together, which will be pretty damn fun. Okay. So here's the change we just made. We're creating the PR. Nice. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end it there. I just want to say thank you to anyone. Trying to add a commit too. Interesting. For now. Nice. So it's actually pushed another commit. So we didn't even need to. Okay, it actually threw an error because it already opened that PR. So, guys, I think I'm going to end it here for today. I'm feeling pretty good today. I walked through some of that driver ID stuff. I've read through the plan a couple times. I'm feeling pretty confident about moving that code to the production system. Doesn't look like any potential breaking changes that could break production. So that's looking good. Also, this coaching system, we were able to clean up the PDF. I updated the heuristics and a lot of the methodology off stream. But on stream, we were able to review that PDF together, and really improve the PDF, which is really great. So if I come back here again, so I'll just show the PDF again. So pretty significant changes to the PDF. Pretty significant styling changes. So here are the frames. Again, we've got this frame here. Let's check out this one. This one was high. This is where the images were still big. But definitely made, this is what the worksheet used to look like before. So the worksheet looked like this, which wasn't terrible. But it didn't look great. But we're able to make just some, and this stuff's important, when there's sales guys demoing this product to customers, it's important that the PDF looks demoable, right? So I can click view report here, and so it's looking a lot better, right? And Gemini 3 Pro was able to help us do this. We pulled down the PDF. We used Python to help us take screenshots of the PDF, pass those screenshots to Gemini, and Gemini was able to start cooking on that. And so, maybe we can check. But yeah, guys, so I think that's a good stopping point for now. I just want to say thank you to anyone that did tune in. I see we have some people watching on Twitch. If you haven't already, please follow, like, and subscribe. If you like this kind of content, you can go check out my old live streams, where we go through the process of building this coaching platform and some other stuff. In the future, we're going to be working on agents more and more. We're going to have some really interesting things setting up MCP server for risk tools for this risk product. Also, we're going to have an MCP server for our agents business, and we're going to deploy agents inside of this telematics video business. And we're doing all that this year on stream together, and so that should be definitely exciting. But anyways, guys, I'll see you on the next stream. Again, thank you for anyone that's been watching. Please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps push that content out to more people. If you are interested in like high-level AI commentary, I give some high-level commentary on like interviews with AI tech leaders. Also, if you're interested in just like my agentic workflow, I like to do videos on how I'm using Cursor, or the new Codex app. I have a video on work trees. I have a video on agentic loops. So if you find any of that interesting, you can go check out those too. But anyways, I'll see everyone on the next